Other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you will turn our attention to the South Gallery, we have the Teenage Republican Club from Tupelo High School here visiting with us today. And a special shout out to my favorite niece, Miss Bayla Waldrop. Welcome to
Welcome. Good to have you young people here at the Capitol today and see your elected representatives hard at work. Lady from Hines, Miss Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you turn your attention to the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce some special guests from the Children's Museum. We have with us Susan Gerard, Emily Hoff, and also Barbara Zeller from the Meridian location of the Children's Museum. If we'd help make them feel welcome. And I'd also like to point out that the Children's Museum was recently ranked the top 3 children's museum in the nation by USA Today. They have 2 locations in Jackson and Meridian. And they are also not only world-class tourist destinations with those 2 locations, but they're also providing hands-on STEM activities, literacy tools, and other important substantive information for all of our children across the state. They've left packets on each of your desks with tickets to the museum that you can use or hand out to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're extremely proud of our children's museums and the great work that you do. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Hey, I just want to say it's Steve Lott's birthday today, so Steve Lott, right back here, y'all give it a hand for Steve Lott for his birthday.
All right, happy birthday, gentlemen. Are you younger than your district number? Okay, you're good then. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the lady from Hines for welcoming the great city of Meridian and the Children's Museum here. As you know, Meridian has continuously been ranked number 5 nationally in terms of children's museums, and we'd like to thank you very much for inviting us today.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't see any further recognitions. I recognize the chairman of rules. We've got a couple of special guests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will direct your attention to the North Gallery, we have Representative Massengill and Representative Thompson, and they are with Theo Carruthers. Theo is from Okolona, and he is the Mississippi Truck Driver of the Year. He works for Morgan Van Lines, and he's been driving for 35 years, and he has 3.6 million accident-free miles. So let's all congratulate him on that.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Our next guest isn't here yet. Okay.
Chairman informs me our next special guest is not here yet. Gentlemen, you ready to take up your rules calendar? I recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to take just a minute. We have quite a few. We'll go to the rules calendar. We'll go to item 2. And we're going to take these up in a block. So I've got item 2, HCR 45, item 3, HCR 42, item 4, HCR 43, item 5, HCR 46, item 6, HCR 50, and I'll take those up in block.
Is there objection to taking these 5 HCRs up in a block? You got to introduce. All right. I'll give Madam Clerk a minute to load those in the machine. Let y'all look at them. Questions on any of these resolutions? I don't see any open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor adoption of the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll go to item number 7, SCR 537. Item number 8, SCR 520. Item 9, SCR 530. Item 10, SCR 531. Item 11, 532. Item 12, 534. And item 13, 536. And call those up in block.
Anyone wish to have any of these items set aside? Any questions on any of these resolutions? Don't see any open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are adopted. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please make welcome in the South Gallery Miss Adeline Orlansky with her awesome mom, Miss Hannah Orlansky. Make them feel welcome.
Welcome, young lady. Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Maddox.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
In the North Gallery, I have a man from my hometown. He was with the guy that got the award for the trucking. He's with Morgan Trucking Company. He's their safety coordinator, Mr. Landon Caldwell.
All right, I recognize Chairman rules for further introduction.
Okay, on the rules calendar, we're going to go item 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and last 54, and call those up in block.
I'll give the members a chance to look at these items, see if anyone wishes to have any of these set aside. Lady from Pearl River, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have with me today in the North Gallery the juniorettes with the Civic Women's Club, and I have Miss Darlene Adams, I have Molly, Grace, Maddie, and Morgan. So please make them feel welcome today.
Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to lay item 25 to the side, please.
Item 25. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Mr. Speaker, if we would set aside item number 52, which is HR 100, and do that separate, please.
Gentleman wishes to set aside item 52. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
I'd like to welcome our doctor of the day, Dr. Scott Hamilton from Madison. He is an addiction medicine specialist, and he's also the vice chairman of the Mississippi Medical Association. So welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Doc, for being here. Appreciate your service. Thank you. All right. With those two items set aside from the House resolutions, I will call those resolutions up in block. If you favor adoption of the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. You want to go back to those two items, gentlemen, or is there a reason we're...
I'll do those later.
You'll just wait on those? Gotcha. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ways and Means. Laid on the table, subject to call calendar. General calendar, education. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the Vice Chair be recognized for the education bills for today.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go to item number 1, Senate Bill 2246. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
This is the exact language that was in the House bill of the same about the same subject. It simply adds or if it changes the language for preschool so that children who are 5 who remain in a preschool program will still be reported on. The current language limits it to 3 and 4-year-olds, but there are 5-year-olds that are in preschool, so we'd like to include them as well. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question? Gentleman, you?
Yes, gentleman.
Does this really affect like private preschools as well, or is this just in a...
This is just for reporting for public pre-K. So this is just for the early learning collaboratives, just reports on, just changes it for those schools.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Right, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I go to item 2, Senate Bill 2339, and call that up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
I'll yield to the gentleman from Pearl River for an explanation of the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2339 amends the high school graduation requirements for a foreign language, and it allows the teaching of American Sign Language to satisfy the foreign language requirement for high school graduation. That is a simple explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I would move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Okay, go to item 3, Senate Bill 2349. Call that up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2349 is identical to the House version of this bill as well. It just requires schools to create a cardiac response plan, which allows them to have a plan to deal with any cardiac event that may occur amongst a student or faculty member. I do have an amendment at the proper time as well.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry. You explain your amendment?
Yeah, the amendment is, again, just as the same amendment we had in the House. It just, it just adds some language in there to make sure that we're doing drills with this annually, and allows for donations of AEDs and other things for schools that don't have some of their own. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, lady.
I just have a really quick question. Is there any funding that's tied to this? Are we providing dollars to help support this training?
There's not any in this bill, but that's something we could come back and address at a different time.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to skip item 4 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
We will do that, gentlemen.
All right. With unanimous consent, if we could, I'd like to move down to item 25, Senate Bill 2232.
Is there objection? You're recognized, gentlemen.
Okay. Senate Bill 2232 is the it just simply moves the Newton County, the Newton Municipal School District to elected board members instead of appointed. And I do have an amendment as well at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
This amendment is dealing with a 16th section, a 16th section issued in the Hattiesburg area that, again, we passed off the floor already once. We're just adding it into this bill and sending it back to the Senate so that we can try to get that passed. That's a brief explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further from education?
Let's see. I'd like to go to item number 26, Senate Bill 2556, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2556 is just some reporting requirements for the early learning collaboratives. This has been a peer request. The last few years, we're just, I think we've got a similar bill, the House bill, but we're just trying to get this passed and get these reporting requirements into law. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Did you have an amendment on this one, gentlemen?
I do not. Actually, surprisingly, there are no amendments on this bill.
Okay, I see a bunch of them floating around up here with the clerk.
Thank you for checking.
All right, questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Above me in the South Gallery, we have the Jackson County Leadership Team. Please help them feel welcome to your capital.
Welcome. Y'all can't see your welcoming rep. He's under you down here, I promise. He's here. Don't lean too far. Thank y'all for being here. Good to have you. Gentleman from Lamar, you're recognized.
Thank you. I can't remember if we called it up or not, but if we didn't, item number 27, Senate Bill 2689, I'd call that up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
So this was Senate Bill 2689, which would establish, or I'm sorry, would change the testing requirement from the subject area testing we currently test to an ACT test that could be used as a benchmark for graduation. We do have an amendment at the proper time for this one actually as well.
Anything further on? You want to explain the amendment?
Yeah, the amendment's just a reverse repealer. That's all it is, just to send it to conference. So we
Questions
can
on the amendment?
Some details.
Don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill?
No, I'd move final passage if there are no questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, lady.
Another one of my favorite representatives. Mr. Chairman, this bill would replace subject area tests with the ACT, right?
That's correct. That would be the goal of the bill, yeah.
And I understand what the Senate is trying to do because it seems like we are teaching to the test. My question is, what's the difference between the subject area test and the ACT test?
So the subject area tests we take now are more content focused, more knowledge based, and the ACT is more of a, I guess, logic based test. Would be a general difference between the two.
Okay. And go ahead.
Well, the subject area tests obviously are graduation requirements. At this point, we offer the ACT for all students, but it's not used for graduation.
It's not used for graduation.
It could be. There's a cut score that if you make above a certain amount, it can be used, I believe, in lieu of a subject area test for graduation requirements. This would, this bill right now with the reverse repealer wouldn't do anything, but if the bill passed as is, it would replace the subject area test with an ACT test.
So what's the purpose of an ACT test currently?
Most use it for college acceptance, college applications and things like that.
And it's based on if you score a certain level, then that makes you more attractive for colleges to reach out to you to recruit you, right?
That's fair. I would say that's fair.
Does the ACT test provide a moving target?
I don't understand the question.
In other words, does it the scoring of the test, is that based on what colleges want to see? Is it an objective formula for the score, or does it just change from year to year?
If it's used for college admissions, the colleges would set the score that they look for in an applicant. The actual scoring of the ACT, as far as I know, I mean, it's on a scale up to 36 is the highest. So if there's a cut score for graduation, that would have to be determined by the department. But again, a lot of these questions are things we've got to work out, which is why we've got the reverse repealer in it, so we can, we've met with the department on this a few times to try to work out some of the kinks, but I think there's a lot more we need to keep doing with this bill. So that's why, again, we're taking it to conference with a reverse repealer.
Gotcha. Would you agree that the ACT does not measure a student's progress in learning?
Personally, I would agree with that, yes.
You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Yes, lady.
Does this just affect like the testing, or does this revise any courses like Mississippi history or U.S. history that are offered, or just testing?
No, it just speaks to testing. It doesn't do anything to curriculum or courses.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Two questions, please, sir. First of all, will this requirement eliminate the need for the ACT test at all?
No, it would not.
It will not? So
No,
it'll
it would
be an
not.
alternate measurement?
It would be simply used as the measurement, right? It would be more, I guess, more important than it is now.
How about the sanction from the State Department of Education?
I'm sorry,
Has the sanction from the State Department of Education been sought?
I'm not familiar with the sanction that you're talking about.
I mean, accepted, signed off on.
Oh, have they signed off on this bill? I don't know that they've signed off on the bill, but we have had conversations with them about this, and we're going to continue to work with them. Again, that's why we're wanting to take this to conference, to work with the department, make sure that they're comfortable, and work out any kinks that may exist.
Is an amendment attached to it?
We did amend it already to add a reverse repealer so that it would go to conference. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
I was reading through the bill trying to figure out the answer to my question. I couldn't figure it out, so I just want to clarify. U.S. history test is currently required. History is not covered on the ACT. What are we doing about that?
The bill as it stands now, the history test is not affected by this legislation. So we would still, that test would still be offered. Again, that's another thing we want to make sure that when we take this to conference, we want to make sure that we're actually going to be eliminating some of the testing. One of the concerns that we did hear is that doing this may actually increase the number of tests that schools are making their students take. So, right. Yeah. So we just want to make sure that we're actually eliminating the testing and passing this. But no, to your point, that has not been eliminated in this bill.
So it's not been, and it would stay the same as it's used currently, is that
That's
right?
right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Jim, I just got one question. I was trying to read over the bill. Will this testing only be used for evaluation purposes, or will it determine whether a student will graduate or be promoted to another grade level?
It would be used as the graduation requirement. So right now we use a subject area testing. There's a certain score you have to make on that. This would be used instead.
Okay, and do we know what this score would be in order to?
We don't. The department would have to set that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
I just want to confirm, I'm in the committee, and I just want to confirm a couple of things we talked about. This has a reverse repealer, doesn't it?
That's correct, yep.
And in committee, you know, we discussed, and one of my concerns, and my superintendent back home was concerned about how this would mesh in with the accountability model of grading the schools, which the subject area tests obviously carry a lot of weight on that. And that's one of the things that the intent is to work on that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. That's another reason why we got the reverse repealer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, lady.
Do you know or are you aware if the MAE is in recommendation for this bill, or have they worked with the Department of Education?
I'm not aware of MAE's involvement in the bill. I know that we've had conversations with superintendents individually who have expressed a lot of support for something like this, but I don't know of any support or non-support from MAE.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Is it true that you made a perfect score on the ACT?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, well, it's my understanding you did. Can you ensure us that won't bias your negotiations?
I did miss a question. I did not.
You missed one question?
I did miss a question.
Okay, congratulations, gentlemen. We're proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, with the perfect ACT, I don't see any further questions.
Thank God. Getting a little personal there at the end, Representative from the gentleman from Harrison.
You move final passage?
Absolutely move final passage, yes.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas, 6 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to go to item number 28, Senate Bill 2695. I'm going to call that up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This bill, it comes to us from DPS and just requires that driver's ed be taught in schools. So that's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I appreciate this bill because driver's ed, but is the funding there to provide to school districts that are not able to fund it?
There's no specific funding in this bill. I know that was something that we talked with the Senate about, and I believe we've got. We have a note on what it costs. We don't. Okay, but no. To answer your question, there's no specific funding in this bill.
Well, I see it's a 3/5 vote. We passed a bill a few sessions ago that was to teach how to interact with law enforcement through driver's ed, but one of the problems that we had, every school district didn't have driver's ed, but the funding was an issue. So again, we're going to mandate that every district have driver's ed, but there's no funding to make sure that it's there. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct as far as this bill stands. Yes, gentlemen.
Is it another bill that might provide funding, or is that been requested?
I don't know that it's been requested, but the K-12 budget bill is obviously has not been passed yet, so that's obviously something we could look at as that moves through the process.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
And I did want to mention the reason why this one's a 3/5, they took out there's a $1 fee. We did take that out. A $1 fee that currently exists for issuing the learner's permit. We took that out of the bill. That's why it's a 3/5 vote.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
I understand we're making this a requirement or to be taught. Is it a requirement? Will it be a required course to graduate?
No, it is not.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
It'll be considered an elective course.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I was just scanning the bill. Obviously, I'm not against driver's ed. But starting at line 62, it says classroom instruction shall include information concerning the proper actions to be taken by a driver during a traffic stop. Do you by any chance know what that instruction is going to consist of?
I don't know any more than what's in the bill as far as what that instruction would be.
I would pretty much guess that the instruction that I, as a lawyer, give someone what to do at a traffic stop probably would not be in conjunction with this, but I was just curious if you had spoken to anybody about it.
I have not. I do know that this language was worked out with the Department of Education, and I know they worked with the Department of Public Safety as well to hammer all this out. And there was a lot of back and forth about what exactly this language would read. So again, this would be the language that the department and the commissioner felt comfortable with.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I apologize for not coming to you ahead of time, but
that's fine.
Just thought I would ask, you said that this bill would provide an additional elective for driver's ed. Would you welcome an amendment to add civics as an additional elective in this legislation?
I definitely am not opposed to that in principle, but I think as far as this legislation is concerned, it would be best if we kept it a clean bill just to get it passed. This is just specific to speaking to driver's ed, but I'd be happy to work with you on that. I think you authored a bill to do that, which I think we've talked about before. I'm obviously supportive of. So I would encourage you to let's keep working on that through a different avenue. But as far as this bill is concerned, we'd like to keep it a clean bill.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. It's actually my desk mate that's been working on it, but we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
All right, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Anything further, gentlemen?
Education
Close the machine,
will
Madam Clerk.
yield for a moment.
I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 5, Senate Bill 2283, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the repealer bill for the Public Service Commission. We're extending it out to 2028. That's the next explanation.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen. Y'all have an amendment?
We do have an amendment.
I recognize the gentleman from Neshoba for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the amendment is simply House Bill 1116, which we passed back on March the 6th by a vote of 117 to 1. It simply moves the Public Service Commission back to the status of a special fund agency and takes them out from the general fund status. Like I said, this is what the amendment is, House Bill 1116. We passed it on March 6th, 117 to 1, and that's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Tippa, you're recognized. Benton.
Man.
It's bad, I know.
Speaker.
It's bad.
Thank you. Go to item number 6, Senate Bill 2060. Call it up, make the usual motion. We have a strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you going to explain the strike all?
Recognize the gentleman from Prentice to handle the memorials.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The strike all amendment simply removes the repealer. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, I ask you to stand to your feet as we honor the life, legacy, and the sacrifice of one of our World War II veterans. The strike all amendment simply says the Little Biloxi Bridge located in the United States Highway 49 in Harrison County, Mississippi is designated and shall be known as the Willie E. King Memorial Bridge in memory of the late World War II infantryman Willie Edward King, who courageously gave his life during the Omaha Beach invasion of Normandy. That is the explanation of the strike all. Move final passage.
He moves final passage, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker, and move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I'd like to move on to item 7, Senate Bill 2634. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment to the strike-all.
You're recognized to explain the strike-all.
This is the amendment to the strike-all. We want to amend by striking Section 1 in its entirety, lines 8 through 16, and inserting in lieu thereof the following. The segment of U.S. Highway 278, Noah Curtis Street, located in Shannon, Mississippi, Lee County, Mississippi, extended for a distance of approximately 1 mile in the westerly direction from the easterly entrance of Shannon Primary School to a point immediately west of the on-ramp interchange with the U.S. Highway 45 is designated and shall be known as the Johnny R. Patterson Memorial Highway. That is the explanation of the amendment.
Question recurs on Amendment 1, to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
I'd like to adopt the strike-all.
Question recurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 1 was actually what we amended there, and that language has been given to you. There is a Section 2 in the bill as well. Section 2 is a segment of U.S. Highway 446 located in Bolivar County, Mississippi, extending for a distance of approximately 1 mile in the easterly direction from its point of intersection with Shaw Skeen Road to a point of intersection with Gilbert Road. Is designated and shall be known as the H.M. Mack Grimmett Memorial Highway. That is the explanation of the strike-all.
Don't see any questions. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote, 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Prentice, if you would yield to the chairman of rules, we're going to recognize a special guest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will direct your attention to the South Gallery, we have Representative McCarty with William Carey University, and today we are recognizing them for their outstanding accomplishments of the athletic program. So let's all give them a round of applause. Y'all stand up. Get out.
Welcome to you all. Congratulations. Good to have you here with us today. Good looking group. Thank you. Gentlemen, you're recognized for further explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 8 on today's calendar. This is going to be Senate Bill 2643. I want to call that up and ask for usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 8 that extends through Grenada County, Mississippi, as the William Winter Memorial Highway in memory of the late governor, former Governor William Forrest Winter. That is the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage on a bill honoring a fine Mississippian. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 9, SB 2509. Call it up, make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Recognize the Vice Chair of Transportation from Lamar, please.
Vice Chair from Lamar is recognized to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up Senate Bill 2509. All this bill does, the explanation, it extends the repealer on it to July 1st of 2026 for the voluntary inspection program of the Highway Department. That's the explanation of the bills.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. I'd like to bring up Senate Bill 2645, item number 10. And the explanation of the bill, it's just bringing...
Gentlemen, you make the usual motion.
I'll make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. This is just an update in certain publication and bid award requirements for the Mississippi Department of Transportation and changing some things for design build projects in Mississippi to allow the Transportation Commission to utilize some federally approved alternative contracting methods. That's an explanation of the bill. This is a mirror bill of House Bill 940 that passed 121 yeas and 0 nays in the House earlier in the session.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. I believe the lady from Lincoln has an amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Lady from Lincoln is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. I came to the chairman and he said that it was fine if I do that. What this amendment would do is they want to put a roundabout in Lincoln County, and we are not prepared or want a roundabout in Lincoln County, and this just makes sure that they know that we do not want one. And that's by explanation of the bill, of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. I move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. You can hold it. You can hold it. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go to item number 11, Senate Bill 2635. Call it up. You make the usual motion, and we have a strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from Panola.
Gentleman from Panola is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This strike all creates a 7-member commercial vehicle towing advisory committee consisting of the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Director of the Highway Patrol, 2 representatives of the Towing Association, 2 appointees by the President of the Mississippi Truckers Association, and 1 law enforcement representative appointed by the Governor. It also defines the duties and responsibilities of the committee, and it provides for the manner of authorization that may be granted to a towing or recovery agency prior to connecting to a commercial vehicle for an unconsensual towing. This is a companion bill for our House Bill 1622 that we passed earlier, 121 to nothing, and the Towing Association as well as the truckers have both agreed to this bill. And that is my explanation of the bill, or the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move for final passage.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
In this particular bill, I tried to read over the specifics, but does it regulate? It says regulate towing and charges for commercial vehicles.
For commercial non-consensual towing.
Non-consensual.
Non-consensual.
towing. I had a constituent who somebody had pulled out in front of him. He was hauling chips, and without his knowledge, the Highway Patrol had called a towing company, and he had his own vehicle that he could have towed with. And what had happened is the vehicle's turned over on its side. The chips went out off the roadway, and without his knowledge, the next day when he was going out to get the chips, the towing company came back, picked up the chips, and he got a bill for $36,000 for removing the chips off the side of the road. My question is does this bill regulate the cargo, removing the cargo?
Well, at the time of the accident, he does have the option under Section 5 to request whatever towing service he wanted, so that he could have requested himself. I don't know if there's communication, but this is trying to help that situation.
Right, but as far as the cargo of the vehicle, let's say it's off the side of the road, and before he can get up there to pick up the chips, without his knowledge, this towing company comes back. Does it regulate the cargo that's in the vehicle?
Yeah. Just like I said, as long as he lets them know within a reasonable time period that he's coming, he has that option.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Hello. Sorry, I just had a clarifying question. Was he talking about spilled chimpanzees?
I didn't hear it that way, but you might have it. Spilled chips. He was hauling chips. Doritos.
Like potato chips?
Wood chips.
Wood, that makes way more sense. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Lady, you know there is such a thing as barnyard chips, too. Ask Ken Morgan what those are.
You don't know.
Gentleman from Benton, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, can I skip down to 91 and get my last bill?
I don't hear too much objection, gentlemen.
Thank you. Go to item number 91, SB 2644. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, we passed the harvest permit bill that raised the rate to $88,000, and all this is doing is bringing the weight and the fee scale to that we passed in 2021. Right now, they're not able to buy that tag for the $88,000. That's all it's doing.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Is this a weight increase?
Well, we've already passed the weight increase.
Okay, so what are we doing with this one?
Sir,
what does this do?
This is allowing, when we passed it in 2021, somehow we missed where they could buy the tag that got them to that. So they've already been running it, they just hadn't been able to buy the tag for the 88.
Okay, so we're just adjusting the price of the tag or something like that to meet the weight?
The tag is still the same as it was from 2021, just the weight.
But it's not a weight increase.
Well, we've already passed it in 2021.
Okay.
This code section was just inadvertently left out. They've already been running this weight, they just hadn't been able to get the tag for it.
Okay, so
it has been causing some confusion.
It's not an increase over what was passed in here in 21?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. We are back to item 13, I believe. Recognize the gentleman from Rankin.
I believe we're on item 12.
I'm sorry, 12,
Yep.
gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 12, Senate Bill number 2441, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strike all we'd like to have considered in lieu of the original bill.
All right. You're recognized to explain that strike all.
So the strike all basically puts House Bill 1415, replaces the language that's in Senate Bill 2441. 2441 was the Attorney General's bill. This is dealing with nicotine vape products. We've had a flood of vaping products in our market over the last several years, millions and millions and millions of them, and much faster than the FDA can keep up with, and the Attorney General is wanting to be able to regulate that. We have a number of competing vape bills this session, and so I'm just trying to keep this bill alive and get to conference so we can settle on what our policy is going to be. But what the strike all would do is put the House language in, which moves the flavored vapes from the gas stations to the tobacco stores, which are age-restricted stores, 21 and up, so that those who buy those flavored vapes would have to be at least 21. It also moves kratom from the gas station to the smoke stores where they have to be 21 to buy that. So we're just putting that language in. It's already passed the House, just keeping it alive to get to conference, and then we'll hammer something else out and bring that back to you at some point. So I'm asking that you to keep this process going. Let's move the bill along, and you will get to see it another time. And that's my explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
I do.
I'm trying to scan over this bill. The new part, or some of the new part, refers specifically to tobacco products. Is this a prohibition against using vape to vape tobacco?
Gentlemen, are you looking at 1415 or are you looking at the Senate bill 2441?
I'm asking, actually, I'm not looking at your strike all, but I'm asking you, does the strike all do that?
So the strike all does not do any kind of prohibition. It simply moves the fruity flavored vapes from the gas station to the tobacco stores. That's all the strike all does, with the kratom as well.
To try to protect underage people from buying?
That's right.
That's basically the strike all?
That's all it does.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I do.
So the gas stations can still sell tobacco products, which you can't buy unless you're 21?
They still can.
But we're moving vape stuff to tobacco
only the flavored vapes. So only those that are fruit flavored, the ones that the kids are mostly buying.
And how old do you have to be to buy vape material in a gas station?
It's supposed to be 21.
So you think
but underage sales are taking place in 90% of our gas stations.
Okay, so we think the tobacco stores will do a better job of carding people than the gas stations?
Anyone of any age can walk into a convenience store, but you must be 21 to go into a tobacco store.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
You want to state your point of order?
That this is not germane to the bill. The strike all, I'm sorry.
Bring your point of order forward in writing. We'll set the bill aside. Gentleman from Rankin, we'll suspend business on this bill if you want to move to your next bill.
Absolutely. We'll go to item 13, Senate Bill 2788. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
I recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lafayette is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2788 is a bill to move the Home Inspectors Board out from underneath the Mississippi Real Estate Commission under the Appraisal Board. Last year, we moved the Appraisal Board out from underneath the Real Estate Commission. This is moving the Home Inspectors under the Appraisal Board. That'd be an explanation. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Covington is recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 14, Senate Bill 2144, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the strike all does two things differently from what our bill was that we passed. Would keep runoffs changed from 3 weeks to 4 weeks, which is what we had already passed, but it moves the effective date from this year, from July 24 to January of 25, so we don't spring that on, elections that are ongoing right now. The other thing is that it would remove, and this is part of the Senate bill as well, would remove municipal elections because those are on a very different calendar than all the other county and state elections. And that's a description of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Go to item number 15, House Senate Bill 2425, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
There's also a strike all here, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all for consideration.
The strike all is the same. This is ballot harvesting bill. The strike all is the same bill that we passed earlier, except that we have incorporated the federal and state laws regarding a disabled voter who requires assistance to vote based on their blindness or inability to read and write. We've incorporated that into this statute so that there's no question that those people can still have someone assist them if they need it. And that's a description of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. He requests to speak on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Well, the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, so I can be clear. Ms. Harper at my church, she helps the people that's on the shut-in list. That's what she does. She goes around and helps them get, call, and they send their ballot. Then she signs and helps them, they vote whoever they want to, but she helps them so that they don't make a mistake and their ballot is not counted. Would Ms. Harper now be arrested for ballot harvesting? From Providence Baptist Church, and she's 70-something years old.
As what passed out of here earlier, the 3 classes of people that are permitted to collect and transmit a ballot for someone else is a caregiver, a family member, or a household member.
Okay, so Ms. Harper, I think she about 74, she would be arrested for ballot harvesting.
I don't know.
Because she's not kidding all of the people that's on the shut-in.
Does she provide? Is it for someone who
she just
provides
a lady,
care for somebody?
Gentlemen, you know how you have people at your church. Some go out and visit the sick. Some go mow the yard. Some people do different things. But Ms. Harper has been doing this for a long time. she goes and helps the people who are shut in to get their ballot sent in. She's not doing anything nefarious.
I think she's included in caregiver, ma'am. If you look on line 11, caregiver is an individual who provides medical health care assistance or other assistance to the person to whom the ballot was mailed.
Okay, so or other assistance.
That's right. I think that includes what you just described.
Okay, is there a reverse repealer in this?
No, ma'am.
Well,
if we put one in there, will you vote for the bill?
I might would if we could go and you could make that a little bit more clear, because we're not trying to. We don't want folks like I won't call this Republican's name, but he goes around and does that in Jones County. We want people that's sincerely helping people, and I don't want them to be arrested for ballot harvesting. And when you said that, I was just thinking we could make that a little clearer. But it's scary, because you got people that are just doing good. They're not trying to do anything.
And we amended. We're the ones that added that language. We added that language to clarify exactly what you're talking about. And I believe if somebody takes shut-ins food, takes them to the doctor, that's providing assistance to someone. So I think that's about as clear as you can get on that language I just read.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you please allow me to understand exactly what ballot harvesting is, voting harvesting is? An example, if you don't mind. A definitive example.
An example that we would really be trying to avoid would be a campaign volunteer going through a community collecting ballots that were mailed to the voter, collecting those ballots and transporting them to the post office or wherever for mailing. That's ballot harvesting.
What about transporting them to the
I can't hear you, gentlemen.
What about transporting them to the where the votes are tallied at?
I believe the law is if they are mailed out, they have to be mailed back in.
Had to be mailed back. Okay.
And that's not affected by this. That's current law.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I want to follow the lady from Jones a little bit, her line of questioning. And mine relate to conservators and POAs, power of attorneys. And they're specifically not in the statute. And I was following your line of reasoning with the lady of Jones. Based on your reading of the legislation or the statute, would a power of attorney be covered under present statute?
They're not specifically mentioned, but if they're providing assistance to someone, then they would be included under caregiver.
And I guess my concern is might. If I was facing a civil charge, I would probably go on might. But usually power of attorney refers to individuals not necessarily providing care, but have legal authority to take care of business. So if I was advising somebody because of the penalty of a felony, I would probably advise them they probably would not. But
gentlemen, if you've got that amendment, I'm not opposed to it.
Okay, how about a conservator as well?
Power of attorney, conservator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. So, say I have been assisting people at an assisting living home. I'm just a community volunteer. Election day is next Tuesday. They don't want to go vote. Some of them can't get out. They asked me to, the director of the facility has already gotten the affidavits from them, and I'm asked to deliver them back to the courthouse. Am I in violation?
I think if you just said you've been assisting people in an assisted living home,
Right.
is that what you said?
I'm a volunteer. I just show up and do community service hours, you know, help run the bingo game, and you know.
I think you're covered under caregiver. You're someone who's providing assistance to someone.
Okay.
And it specifically includes in a long-term care facility, nursing home, assisted living center, all that's included.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions, so question occurs on strike all amendment number 1. This is on the amendment. You want to speak on the amendment? I'm sorry. Okay. Thought you wanted to speak on the bill.
Now, I've been here almost 30 years. I know what a strike all is. I know when to speak. But I'm going to tell y'all something, and I know we're going to be defeated on it. But we passed ballot harvesting. It's nothing new. It's been around quite some years. But it only became a part of the tool that the Republican Party is using throughout the country on voter suppression. It's another every little bit they chip away in terms of voting rights and voter suppression, it is hurting the electorate. And that is an aim. That is a part of the plan. Now, I spoke against the House bill. Now, you all forget, and y'all read this stuff every day, and you don't know what's going on. This state passed this law, and it went before the federal court. The federal court declared this law unconstitutional. So the only thing they're doing with this is trying to fix something that's unconstitutional. It is now before the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal in New Orleans. And I'm not going on board to let the Fifth Circuit Court know that I'm in cahoots with an unconstitutional law. Well, I'm going to vote against the strike all. I'm going to vote against the bill because it is telling the Fifth Circuit that we okay with an unconstitutional law that the federal court has already ruled that's unconstitutional. So I know how you're going to vote on it because you're part of this voter suppression thing. I don't care. But me, personally, I'm not for taking away people's rights. People have fought and died for the right to vote. Dr. King got killed on April 4th, on this very day, working for people to have the right to vote. And yet we're here on this day. On this day, we're still trying to suppress people's right to vote. That is wrong. It is unconstitutional and been declared by the federal court. And I don't want us to go on the board with the federal court saying we're okay with some unconstitutional. They're trying to dress up a pig. You can dress up a pig any way you want. It's still a pig. I don't care what you do with this amendment. It's still a pig. It's still a pig. It's still a voter suppression pig. We're not supposed to vote for it, and I'm asking you to vote against this strike all and vote against the bill because we don't want to be on the record supporting an unconstitutional law and also letting the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal know that we're in favor of that. That's why I'm speaking against it. My principle. Thank you.
I recognize the chairman to respond.
There's a bill in the House bill that we passed did not have the language that made the change for people who are disabled, who can't read, who can't write, and who can't see. That's what the language that the strike all adopted was to add that language for those class of people to make the bill better. But there's a bill pending on the other end of the hall that doesn't have that, so I would advise you to please vote for this bill if you want to help the people who can't read, who can't write, who require assistance, and who might be blind. Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. House is not voting. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 43 nays, bill passes. I'm sorry, the strike law is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Washington has requested to speak on final passage of the bill as well. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Now, he think that he's doing something here telling you that this going to give the people the right to take somebody in the poll to assist them to vote. Well, let me tell y'all something. That first case that ever went to federal court on this, I worked on that case. I worked on it about a year or two. And I worked on it, when I worked on it, the circuit, when I went to go get the records to help to assist the lawyers who were out of New York City that came to help Mississippi at that time. That was in 1972. They put me in a place in the circuit clerk's office in the heat of summer in Mississippi with no air conditioning. And I stayed in and I sweated and sweated and sweated over a 6-month period of time going through those records. I didn't even have the ability to get cold water to drink or Coca-Cola to drink. They made me suffer through that because they were fighting against the case we were trying to get passed to give people who couldn't read or write somebody to go in the poll of their his or her choice to help them to vote. And I'm telling you, he is not doing anything new by giving us the right to take somebody in the poll to help us to vote, because I worked on that in 1972. Not only the law gives you the right now, federal law, give you the right to take somebody in the poll to assist you if you can't read and write. It also gives you the right to take somebody in there if you can intelligently understand how to cast that ballot. It gives you that right too. That's in federal law. So they're not giving you anything now. Again, they're playing with your mind with these bills. And the only thing they're doing further is to suppress your right, taking away the right, the ability to try to help get those votes. And talking about ballot harvesting, opposing that. It's all again a scheme, a part of the voter suppression. So don't believe what he's telling you that we're giving people the right to have a right to have some assistance in the poll. I slaved like a slave around that time to get the evidence to go in federal court to help change that law back in 1972. So ain't nothing new on that. They ain't giving you nothing new. The ballot harvesting ain't nothing new. It's again trying to derail a federal court decision that has said that this law that we just passed last year is unconstitutional. Again, let's vote no against the bill.
Lady from Jones, for what purpose? She passes. All right, recognize the chairman to close.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 80 yeas, 40 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Have a few more. You want to do lunch, or go ahead?
The chairman from AET had requested to do his bill, and then I was going to break for lunch. It's next on the calendar. You can lead us off after lunch. How about that, gentlemen? Gentleman from Orange recognized for the next, I believe it's the next item on the calendar.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 16, Senate Bill 2308, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just extending the repealer on the Public Records Act for 4 years to 2028. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right, we will break for lunch. Madam Clerk, have any announcements? Madam Clerk has announcements. Y'all give her your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations B will meet after recess in 201A. Appropriations C will meet 5 minutes after recess in 201A. Appropriations D will meet 10 minutes after recess in 201A. And Appropriations E will meet 15 minutes after recess in 201A.
Announcements by the members. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 2645 on a motion.
Have you got that item number, lady? I'm sorry.
11, item 11.
Item 11. Please notify the chairman and vice chairman. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 109 on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2125. I'd like to hold that on motion.
Please notify the chairman and the vice chairman. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to change, did not get a chance to cast my vote nor my desk mate, Senate Bill 265, number 10 on the general calendar.
If you'll just bring up a sheet, gentlemen, if you didn't cast a vote, if you'll just please bring up a vote sheet, and they'll need the item number as well.
Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
So much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like on the general calendar, on yesterday's calendar, Madam Clerk, item 17, Senate Bill 2543, the urban alternative. I'd like to hold that on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, lady. Please notify the chairman and the vice chairman. Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's not the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to adjourn in memory of the late Dr. Martin Luther King. He was assassinated today. He was a champion for freedom, justice, and equality for all Americans, and I would like the House to remember him on this day.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Thank you for remembering him. And thank you for reminding us. Thank you. Gentleman from Capaya, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on today's calendar, item number 11, Senate Bill number 2635, I'd like to hold it on the motion.
We'll do that, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman and the vice chairman. All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I'll recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess until 1:30. Well taken. I'm going to ask clerk to read the
Speaker's ruling, Senate Bill 2441 prohibits any person from distributing, selling, offering for sale, or furnishing any electronic cigarette, electronic device that can be used to deliver nicotine that can be ingested into the body by inhaling or vaporizing, or any cartridge, component, liquid, capsule, or powder used to refill such electronic cigarette or electronic device that cannot be legally marketed or sold under federal law or rule, regulation, or guidance promulgated by the United States Food and Drug Administration. It also provides an exception for any such product where the manufacturer has filed a pre-market tobacco product application that remains under review by the United States Food and Drug Administration. Thus, it regulates alternative nicotine and tobacco products. Sections 1 through 12 of the Strike-All Amendment regulate tobacco products. Sections 13 through 15 regulate kratom. Upon review of the definition of kratom in the Strike-All, it is neither an alternative nicotine product or tobacco product. In order for an amendment to be germane to a bill, the subject matter of the amendment must be regulated to the subject matter of the bill. Further, the fundamental purpose of the amendment must relate to the fundamental purpose of the bill. The fundamental purpose of the bill is to restrict alternative nicotine and tobacco only. The fundamental purpose of the amendment is to regulate tobacco products and kratom. Although the topics seem related, because they are forms of drugs, the inclusion of kratom adds a different drug that is neither tobacco nor alternative nicotine, with no explanation for how it is related to the other two drug categories. Thus, the inclusion of kratom is unrelated to the fundamental purpose of the bill and impermissibly broadens the scope of the bill. Since there is no correlation between the fundamental purposes of adding kratom to Senate Bill 2771, the point of order that the Strike-All Amendment is not germane is well taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. So with that, strike-all goes away. We are back on the original bill, gentlemen. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now we're on. All right, we're back on Senate Bill 2441. This is a bill that the Attorney General has asked for that basically makes all vapes illegal except for manufacturers that have filed a pre-market tobacco product application that's under review by the Food and Drug Administration. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
I thought you had an amendment.
Sorry about that. I'm adding a reverse repealer. That's the amendment.
Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill?
That's it.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Gentlemen, I believe I'm sorry. Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Maddox.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
In the North Gallery, I have my home high school. These girls are attempting for their third straight state championship in powerlifting. We got our coaches, Julie Mitchell and Reed Mitchell, and they've done a good job with this group of girls. And I also have my daughter in the bunch. She'll be paging for us next week. So.
Welcome to you all, and good luck in your competition. All right, gentlemen, from Rankin, you're recognized for your next item. I believe we would be down to item 17 now. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item 17, Senate Bill number 2417, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is the name, image, likeness bill. We passed a bill similar passed the original bill last year, and we continue to make changes to it. This bill was worked on by the attorneys from Jackson State, from Ole Miss, from Mississippi State, and others, and this is the consensus language that we need in order to be competitive with other universities in the Southeastern Conference and the SWAC and other conferences. And so basically, in our current law, there are prohibitions against athletes being paid. So what this bill would do is remove those prohibitions so that, again, we could be competitive with other recruiting in other states, other conferences. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the strike all. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
This language, I know you said it puts everybody on the same playing field. Can you give me an example where it's modeled after? State-wise, another state, where the language came from?
No, I can't. But it was worked on by all of those attorneys. I can try to find that out for you, but I don't know what states they modeled it after.
I'm for it. I'm just trying to make sure that it's the best.
All these attorneys worked to get the best practices from the other states that have these, and they want to make sure we're competitive with those states. And some of the criteria in here would not become effective until those things were made legal in other states.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
That's right.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
I do.
How does this conflict with the rule already that allow athletes to get paid, as college athletes to get paid as much as they want under the rights and likeness legislation?
It doesn't conflict with it. It just changes it so that we're more competitive with the other conferences.
Yeah, but I'm saying the NC2A is universal, United States wide or national, shall we say. And this is like states trying to get into their affairs. I just don't understand the double jeopardy, so to speak.
Yeah, so these attorneys developed these rules based on a review of NIL laws in other states to incorporate the most competitive provisions of each state law based upon a review of current litigation against the NCAA related to its rules regarding compensation for student athletes. You know, they got the best practices from the other states.
But I'm saying the NC2A already governs that, don't it? Don't the NCAA already regulates compensation and all that?
Well, this passed last year, and I would bet that this bill will be before us every year from now on as we continue to move in this direction.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
I do.
So you're basically saying that every year they're going to adjust the compensation rates, basically?
I'm saying every year they're going to adjust the law to make additional changes. I don't know what those changes may be, and this is an evolving process, but people a lot smarter than me are working on these things and putting it together to try to keep us where everyone else is. And if we don't make these changes, we are behind where everyone else is. And so if you want Mississippi State and Ole Miss to be competing with Mississippi College and Millsaps, then we need to do nothing. But if you want them to compete in the SEC, then we need to make changes to keep up with everyone else.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jones, you're recognized for the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up Senate Bill
2728, item number 18. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized. I see you've got a strike all, gentlemen. You want to explain the strike all?
Yes, sir. Strike all this is a bill that will allow the University of Mississippi to enter into a long-term lease agreement for real property for the purpose of developing academic building, housing, dining hall, parking facilities, and other spaces. And currently, it is for a 30-year lease, and that's the explanation of the bill. But I believe we have two different amendments, and I'd like to present them.
We need to.
I got an amendment to the strike.
All right, you're going to offer an amendment to your strike all, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized to offer that amendment.
I'd like to introduce the gentleman from Lafayette.
Recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to explain Amendment 1 to the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment simply moves the period of time for a lease not to exceed 30 years from 30 to 40. As we've talked to these developers in these P3 arenas of building these buildings, their financial institutions need to see a minimum of a 40-year lease. So my amendment simply moves the 30-year lease to 40 years. I'll entertain questions.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all amendment. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on this? We have another amendment. Gentleman from Washington is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, my amendment opens this up to other institutions. Currently, there are several other institutions that are negotiating with developers with P3 projects, and they can't access this opportunity unless we give them this authority. And it saves the institution and the state money. That's the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor adoption of strike all Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 19, Senate Bill 2486, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. I believe you got a strike all.
Yes,
you want to
sir.
explain the strike all?
Well, I'm going to ask that we recognize the gentleman from Hines to handle the strike all.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. The strike all will combine the Senate Bill number 2486 and take into account and put in House Bill 1140. And these both deal with the procurement and protest process currently in place. And that's an explanation of the amendment and strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Did I cut you off, gentlemen?
No, I can take questions on the bill if anybody has any questions.
I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
Yes, sir. Move final passage.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 20, Senate Bill 2649, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We do have a strike all, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill came from the Senate, so basically DEQ's been having a little bit of a problem getting caught up on all the permits that are coming through. So what we're going to do is allow for a process to happen so that they can go outside of that and get from an approved vendor list that they can do to do the process for them to help speed up and kind of clear out the backlog. We're actually doing a strike all because we're adding in part to the bill which says that basically once a year we get the answers to 6 questions that basically explain how the system's going. We stole it from another process that they are reporting requirement that they're doing already. So we just want to get an update to see how it's going to move through the process. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, can you share again what the additional powers are?
Well, what we're allowing DEQ to do or the questions? So we're allowing...
For DEQ.
Yes, ma'am. So what we're allowing is that they can go out through an approved vendor list to be able to speed up the process, so they'll be able to pay that person to go out there and do all the qualifications and then therefore get the approval so that they can go ahead and start with the project.
Okay, and this would be for just vendors or also permits?
Well, I mean, for the vendors to go out and do the permitting process and check all those boxes so that they can move forward.
Okay, so are these vendors that MDEQ will be doing business with, or are these vendors of companies that want to come into the state of Mississippi and need a permit to do business?
So the permit would be somebody that needs to get a permit from DEQ. The vendor list would be somebody that DEQ is pre-qualified to be able to go out and do the work.
And they need this legislation in order to expedite that process?
So apparently there's a backlog that's been building for quite some time. So this will be create a process for them to have pre-approved people that can go out there and do the job and will actually clear up the backlog. We're putting in the requirement of 6 questions for them to answer over time to see how the process is working.
Okay, it doesn't make any changes to the permitting process itself, just the timeline. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions. Question recurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 21, Senate Bill 2699, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
There is a strike all, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is the bill that is addressing the county, well, the Senate's version is addressing the county's version of going from a $5,000 to $10,000 limit for purchasing. So they did not address the cities or the other parts of the bill that we did. So we went back, did a strike all to the House position, which is we're going to go from $5,000 to $10,000. There's one that we're going to go from $10,000 to $15,000, and a couple that are going to go from $2,500 to $5,000. And then we're also putting the language in there about the reverse auction as well. So we're just going back to the House bill versus what the Senate sent us. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Jackson, he passes. I don't see any questions. Question recurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Drug policy. You recognize, lady.
I'd like to skip item number 22 and retain its place on the calendar.
Gentleman from Rankin's recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask we go to item 23, Senate Bill 2886, and I'll make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered in gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Ask that we take the strike all for consideration in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain this strike all.
Strike all is a reverse repealer.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the adoption of strike all amendment 1, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
So the bill is the nicotine vapor device directory. We've got several competing ENDS products bills. These are electric nicotine delivery systems, and this would create a directory, and this directory would be required to maintain a publicly available list. So that's my explanation of the bill, of these devices.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I do.
Gentlemen, I know of some people that build their own vape devices. Would this affect them?
This bill would require everyone to either be FDA approved or in the process of being FDA approved.
So like if an individual wanted to build their own vape device,
they would still have to go through the proper regulation in order to do that, to use that.
Okay, so
there are millions and millions and millions of these products, and they're flooding the market, many of them from China. We're just trying to get our arms around of what's being sold in our country and trying to get some regulations as to what the ingredients are, whether these ingredients are harmful, if they are just nicotine and oil, or if they contain more than that. And so we're trying to kind of slow that process down and kind of make everybody go through the FDA process.
I understand that, and I agree with you on that. I'm just talking about the individuals that make their own device, that they actually make the device.
I don't think the device. I don't think we're talking about the device.
Well,
now these products that use the device, the products that go in it, yes.
Right, they buy the vape juice or whatever.
I guess
but
you
a lot of them are building their own devices.
I don't think we're stopping the device.
Okay, it does not include the actual device.
That would be much broader than what's intended.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 9 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Above me here in the South Gallery, I have two of the Jackson County Board of Supervisors with us. I have one, Mr. Barry Cumbus, and I have another, Mr. Enid Morris. Y'all make them feel welcome to their state capital.
Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also in the South Gallery, we have Lindsay Simmons, and she has a group from St. Augustine School in Ridgeland, Mississippi, Junior High Youth Legislature. They are competing this weekend in the Youth Legislative Conference taking place at the Old Capitol. And last year, this group took home several outstanding legislator awards, and Kaylin Simmons received the overall highest award for outstanding statesman. We are proud of them and hope that they bring more awards home this year, and I just want to say, everybody make them feel welcome, please.
Gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 24, House Bill 2576, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2576 would codify what has been an administrative rule for several years since we've had voter ID, which is just to clarify that a valid voter ID is one that either does not have an expiration or one that has been is it within 10 years of having been issued. That's been the procedure since we've had voter ID, but it's not been in statute, and so that's all that this bill does. And that's the description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, for what purpose?
Oh, well, we're trying to read the bill and ask a question.
I just heard, wait.
Maybe ask a question, Mr.
You're recognized for a question.
Okay. Could the gentleman please explain Section 1 once again to us?
So, yes. So, if you go down to line 35, for the purposes of this section, valid shall mean an official government document that establishes a voter's identity that either has no expiration date or has an issuance date not more than 10 years prior to the date the document is presented. So passports are 10 years, driver's license are normally 8 years now. So the purpose of this is just to make sure no one's disenfranchised because their driver's license expired, a few months before the election or something like that.
So again, so we can be clear, if I have a driver's license that has my photograph on it, it's clearly me, but it has expired. Or if I have a passport that is clearly me and it has expired, I can use that for an identification at the poll.
That's correct, so long as it has been issued within 10 years of when you present it. And that, again, all this is currently done. We're just putting it in the statute.
Okay. And because passports in 10 years, they're no
that's
good.
Correct.
You gotta get rid. Okay, we were just trying. And then what was deleted? What did that say? The time limit? Is that what all those deletions were?
The deletion is the word current.
Current. Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman. We didn't read out.
That's all right, lady.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
That the gentleman here?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, a lot of us have these great things. The best card to carry is enhanced firearm permit. Why we can't use this to vote with?
You can.
Because when I tried, they were like, you can't use it. 'Cause I was just messing with the people. So it had to be a valid driver license. So they said no.
It's just a valid government-issued identification that shows photos. So they're wrong. You can.
Okay.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
The 10 years, I guess some folks, I do our class reunion, and some people come 10 years, and it's hard to recognize them. So photo ID, 5 years I can see, but 10 years, a lot of people change in 10 years. So is there anything to look at that for the future? I mean, again, 5 years, people might not change, but 10 years, people sometimes change a lot.
Not everybody has as good a hair as you do, I guess. But driver's licenses are 8 years now, gentlemen. So people can change in 8 years too. But we're not. I don't know if we're requiring people to go get new identification every time they gain weight or lose hair or grow a beard. I don't know how to address that exactly.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, asked to go to item number 52, Senate Bill 2424.
Is there objection to the gentleman moving over to item 52?
No objection. Would move.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bills up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2424 concerns absentee ballots. We had this in our absentee ballot bill that is still alive in the Senate, and I believe will come back over here. But this is about when someone's signature, there's two documents if you vote absentee. You're filling out the affidavit. You're also signing the back of the envelope that your ballot goes in. And one of the reasons that current law that it can be rejected is if the signatures don't match on the two. So this is for people whose signatures are rejected for mismatch of signatures. Would allow the Secretary of State to promulgate rules for a procedure in which a voter can cure his ballot. And we have a more detailed version of that in our bill that I believe will go to conference and hopefully be able to include that in. But that's the description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have a process in place now that would provide for proper identification to be provided if there is question with regard to the signature?
Well, if the person is voted by absentee, if they're, it's been notarized. The affidavit has been notarized, so they've shown their ID already.
Right.
But the purpose would be for them to be able to come back in and cure that issue.
But my question is this: if they've provided proper identification and that identification has been notarized, then where would the question come in regarding the matching signature?
So our bill that is in the Senate addresses that and simplifies that process, and there would no longer be two signatures to verify.
Okay, so we're eliminating...
All of that's not in this bill because this is a shortened bill, doesn't have all the code sections, but we have a bill that takes care of that.
Well, gentlemen, it still doesn't answer my question. All right, and I guess my question doesn't get to the two signatures, but if they've provided proper identification and if it's been notarized, then where would there be a question?
I guess so the affidavit is notarized, and then you have the sign in the back of the envelope. That part is not notarized. So I assume, and again, I don't know how long that's been the law, but I'm assuming the purpose is to make sure that both were done by the same person. But again, those concerns will be addressed by what we have in that's pending in the Senate, which is if you're voting in person, you showing your ID, you don't need to have two different forms going back and forth. There wouldn't be any signatures to match or mismatch.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yield. We're hoping to go to conference on this issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we didn't make any changes to the Senate bill. So if we pass this, it's going directly to the governor. Would the gentleman be opposed to a reverse of repeal in it?
I'm not opposed to that, although what's in this bill is an improvement on the current law. So either way, we're improving on current law. But
I agree.
I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. And I just kind of think that'll help us maintain our negotiating position in the Senate. Gentlemen,
I'm fine with that, gentlemen. If you want to offer that amendment, that's fine.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions on the bill. Gentleman from Holmes, has an amendment. You're recognized, gentlemen. You want to explain your amendment?
I will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as the chairman said, he has the House position, which is the position I think is a little bit more detailed. It don't allow the Senate, not the Senate, the Secretary of State the sole discretion on promulgating rules. The bill that we passed in the House is a bill that's a little bit more detailed. I think it's the better position. My fear is you got two bills dealing with the same matter. If this bill passed today and goes straight to the governor, there's not much incentive on the Senate side to take up our bill, and our bill may end up dying over there. So what my amendment does is simply state that this legislation will stand repealed on July 1st, 2024, to ensure that we keep the negotiation going on. That's the explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. I recognize the chairman to respond.
I don't have any opposition.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
But item number 53, Senate Bill 2577, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up and moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a strike all to adopt.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
The only thing that strike all does is adds a reverse repealer to the bill. I can go ahead and explain strike all too, but this is, they call it digitization. The House bill called it a deep fake, but it's virtually identical bills, but we want to send both of them to conference and come out with something better on the other side. There's a lot of moving parts as we debated and discussed the first time, First Amendment concerns. We want to make sure that we have extra time to take care of everything. And so ask that you adopt the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentleman, if you yield, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, on this, I know we discussed this before, and I don't quite remember. Is this dissemination, is this just on state elections, or federal elections, all elections, or what? State and federal?
I think this applies to all elections.
Any election. Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Judge, you're recognized, lady from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Items number 29 and 30, I'd ask that they just retain their place on the calendar, please.
I hear no objection. State Affairs.
Speaker, thank you. Items 31 through 35, I would request that we pass over those and have them retain their position on the calendar, please.
That brings us down to Youth and Family Affairs. Gentleman from Sunflower, recognized to Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 36, Senate Bill 2262.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. I believe you've got a strike-all amendment.
Yes, sir, there is a
You are
strike-all.
recognized to explain the strike-all.
And I'd like to make a motion at the proper time, Mr. Speaker,
What's your motion?
to table the strike-all.
Your motion is to table the strike-all. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the original bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2262 comes from the Department of Human Services. What this bill does, the Office of Child Support Services informed DHS that their policy regarding upward modifications was not in compliance with federal law. And so what we're doing is we're bringing our state codes in compliance with federal law. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move final passage?
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 37, Senate Bill 2244. And I'd like to bring up the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Hines is recognized
Yes, sir.
to
Thank-
explain the bill, and I see he's got a different coffee cup this time.
I thought I'd bring my own cup this time. Thank you. And
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, you want to offer your amendment now?
Yes, sir.
You want to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir. The amendment simply corrects one word on line 107. We're striking state park. It was just pulled in from a different piece earlier in the bill, and we're changing state park to museum. And that's an explanation of the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Awesome. Thank you. First, I want to thank the chairman. In this committee, Youth and Family Affairs, we've really dug into some foster care issues, and he's allowed us some latitude to chase a few rabbits. So thanks for that. But this is a bill that will give foster children free access to their transcripts when they're applying for college. A lot of times when a kid, he leaves the home that he's been in, he faces lots of challenges, whether he doesn't have a driver's license or a long list of things. So this helps with that one aspect. When he needs that transcript, he can get that for free. The bill goes on to give children in foster care, as well as the families they're with, free access to our state parks and free access to our museums. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I think every member in this House agrees that our foster children in the state are behind the 8 ball, and we need to do everything we can to move that forward. My concern is with the universities and colleges and junior colleges, these transcripts, and it's not the providing for them free, but a lot of times these transcripts are held because of fees and fines and unpaid debt the student might have with these universities and junior colleges. Does this bill address that in any way, or are they still mandated to provide? Are they still mandated to provide the transcript at no cost when these fees or fines may be outstanding?
It's to require the Board of Trustees, the state institutions of higher learning, and the Board of Trustees, the community colleges, to adopt policies requiring each public institution of higher learning to provide free transcripts. So I'm not 100% sure that it would address your question, so that may be something we need to look into and find out if the fees will hold it up. Currently, they still would have to go by policy, so if they owed fees, this could still hold it up.
And so I have your assurance that will be addressed in.
You have my assurance we'll look into it.
Okay, would it be okay to put a reverse appealer in this, make sure it goes to conference, and we can look at it as it moves through the process?
We don't want to do the reverse repealer right now.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, would you yield for a few friendly questions? I like your bill, but how is this going to be implemented for foster child and family to go to a museum and state park to certify or show that they are eligible under this bill?
You would just take your paperwork with you that shows that foster care.
Sir?
You would take your paperwork with you that shows that child is in your custody.
Well, what paperwork do they have? I don't know. I'm just asking.
When they place the child in your home, they bring you a paperwork showing that. So when you go to the doctor or anything else.
I didn't know. That's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Walthall is recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 38, Senate Bill 2519. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2519 is the Senate version of the Mississippi Foreign Land Ownership Act. We passed it a couple of weeks ago, and it prohibits a non-resident alien from being able to own up to 50% of an interest in forest and agricultural land. The only difference between the Senate version and the House version is on the third or subsequent offense penalty. The Senate amount increased the, what'd you say? 750. Increased the minimal fine to $750,000. The House version had it at $500,000. Everything else is the same, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So 50%, our law states now 300 acres. So how many acres is yours?
Up to, it's not mine, but up to 500 acres.
So we're lax on the bill. We're making it go backwards instead of forwards.
They're saying what? The chairman tells me that 500 acres is for research purposes only. There is no minimum acreage for the regular purposes of the bill. It's just 50% overall.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Who are we in fear of with this legislation? I know we've seen it before, but I'm just curious to know.
Foreign adversaries, and I believe the biggest issue is Chinese.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Education. He passes. Banking. Passes. Transportation. He passes. Business and Commerce. Gentleman from Rankin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask we go to item 44, Senate Bill number 2159, and I make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Ask that you recognize the junior gentleman from Hines to present the bill.
Junior gentleman from Madison is recognized to explain the bill about marriage and family therapists.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2159. This is companion bill, same bill that we had. We passed 120 to nothing in this chamber. Our House bill was House Bill 1167. Basically what we're doing, there's two accreditations dealing with marriage and family therapists and counselors. In the state, we only recognize one. This just allows us to recognize both of them. And also we're requiring to have 100 hours of supervision to become a therapist. So that is the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask to go to item 45, Senate Bill number 2545. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman from Itawamba on the back row, for what purpose? You want to be recorded as a yes on the last vote? Is your button working? Okay. All right. Gentleman calls up Senate Bill 2545. Makes the usual motion. He calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Panola to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Panola is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this bill, Senate Bill 2545, just clarifies some language on a bill that was passed last year, Bill HB 2077, just clearing up some confusion. It's recommended by the Attorney General's office. This bill just defines the term monetary donations, meaning that it means cash or cash equivalents. That is all. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Move for final passage.
I don't see any. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Ask that we go to item 46, Senate Bill number 2873, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
And we have a strike all, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to explain the strike all.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The strike all will take Senate Bill 2873 and strike the language and move in House Bill number 1100. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
Move final passage.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Gentlemen, can you not tell us now exactly what does this do with the medical records and who can, how does this impact? Tell us what this does on the medical records.
Yes, ma'am. This With the strike all in place, this goes back to House Bill 1100, and this is to prohibit a health care institution from providing health care for a minor without first obtaining the consent of the minor's parents.
And is the definition of minor in this bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, I'm having a little trouble finding the bill. Can you read to us what the definition of minor is in this bill?
Yes. It just says for an unemancipated minor only after first obtaining the consent of a parent with joint or separate legal custody of the minor, a guardian of the minor. And the definition of a minor is just current law.
Okay. So, well, let me ask you this. If there were, I won't say I were, because I'm 68 years old, but if there were a 17-year-old young woman who was seeking to get some birth control, would she be able to make that decision on her own if we pass this?
No, ma'am. She'd have to have her parents' consent.
She would have to have her parents' consent. Okay. If the person is needing to be treated for a sexually transmitted disease, and they were 17 years old, that would also be applicable, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right then, gentlemen. Because I thought I saw something that said 16 in the bill, but
there are some rules that apply to 16. It says in relations to minors aged 16 years or older donating blood. So that's where you saw the 16-year-old. It's on line 71 and 72.
So they can donate blood without parental consent.
It's 16 instead of 18.
And then they can drop off a baby without parental consent, right? All of that is in that area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, it does say in the bill on line 61 that they can test for the diagnosis of infectious diseases. Would a venereal disease not be considered an infectious disease?
On line 61 of the Senate bill or the House bill?
Well, aren't we on 2873?
No, ma'am, we're on House Bill 1100. We did a strike all to put House Bill 1100.
In House Bill 1100, is that language in that bill?
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah, is that
Yes, ma'am.
So, at 16 years old, we can donate blood, we can be tested for venereal disease, we can drop babies off, but we can't get birth control.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Going back to the definition of what is an unemancipated minor? Is that 21 and under or 18 and under?
18 and under.
Okay. And is that defined in the bill?
The definition of a minor is just was in current law.
Okay.
It's line 24 and 25 in the bill.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas and 9 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask we go to item 47, Senate Bill number 2857. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Okay, this is the cannabis bill everyone's been waiting on, and this is what I call the FBI bill. There are additional background checks that are authorized. There are the Department of Health is able to obtain criminal records background checks from the Mississippi Justice Information Center. They can recoup fees. They can do investigation procedures by licensing agencies under the Medical Cannabis Act. And they can recoup fees for that purpose as well. Also, in line 129, we deleted the weekly limits where it says that you can have 6 medical cannabis units per week. And just by deleting that, we left the language that says you can only have 24 units per month. So we're going from a weekly limit to a monthly limit. We're not increasing the limits. We're just increasing the frequency which you can get it. Some people in our state have a hardship, who have cancer, who have other ailments, and they live an hour from a dispensary. And having to go every week to get it is a hardship. So we're changing that to every month. Dr. Edney and the Health Department are aware of this and on board with this. So it's a way for them to not have to go every week. And so that is my explanation of the strike all. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the strike all. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Well, the gentleman yield.
I do.
Gentlemen, didn't we put a reverse repealer in this bill? Didn't we have an amendment for that? I thought.
I think that was a different cannabis bill.
Is this the bill that we're going to try to see? Can we help on the ointments, the tinctures, the
No, ma'am.
gels?
No, ma'am. That's in the intoxicating hemp bill.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Tibaha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
I do.
Could you please go back and explain the portion that talks about the ability to do background checks?
Yep. So just looking at the short title, provide additional authorizations and requirements related to performing background checks as part of the Medical Cannabis Act, to authorize the Department of Health to obtain criminal records background checks from the Mississippi Justice Information Center of the Department of Public Safety and the FBI, to authorize the department to recoup any fee associated with the background check, to provide additional measures related to investigation procedures by licensing agencies under the Medical Cannabis Act, to set certain administrative hearing procedures, to authorize the licensing agency to recoup any fee associated with the investigation or hearing process.
Okay, I think my confusion is, if this is a medical product, we're giving authorization to Department of Health to be able to screen after a doctor has permission and has asserted that this person has a medical condition and prescribed medical marijuana.
This is dealing with the people who are employed in the industry rather than the patients.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. Thank you for that
Okay.
clarification.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I do.
You do? Very good. I'm glad to know that. Thank you, gentlemen. So this legislation is giving the Department of Health the ability to be the police.
That's what they've been the whole time. And there's been some question. You know, the first year that we passed this in 2022, the ability to check fingerprints when hiring those to work in the cannabis industry was not spelled out correctly. And we came back in 2023 and we gave them the authority to contract with the FBI to do federal background checks, because the first year we could really only test what had happened within the state of Mississippi. So if someone committed a crime in another state, they could come here and we couldn't have tested them, you know, federally for that. And so this is just the Department of Health continuing to improve upon their ability to see who's working in our cannabis industry and to follow the trail that fingerprints lead across the country.
Okay, but the folks that they are receiving records on or fingerprinting are not just the employees themselves. Does it also include investors or partners in the business or other folks that are representatives?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Here's what it says. Includes performing criminal records background checks on all potential employees. I'm on line 25. current employees, representatives, agents of the Mississippi Department of Health Medical Cannabis Program. So it's all potential employees, all current employees, and all representatives or agents of the medical cannabis program.
And can you describe what representatives and agents
Line 41,
are?
line 41, representative means a principal officer, owner of 10% or greater economic interest in a medical cannabis establishment with direct or indirect interest, officer, director, manager, employee, agent, volunteer, or other type representative of a registered medical cannabis licensee establishment.
So then the definition is broader than just employees in that particular store. We're also talking about folks who have an economic interest in the business.
Anybody has more than a 10% ownership.
Right. So if it were a legislator, which I believe we can provide some investment at some point in time, I can't remember, then we would have to be background checked and fingerprinted and all of that.
If you had more than 10%, you would.
We would have to be, okay, gotcha. And so, are we providing, with this mandate, is this an unfunded mandate, or are we providing appropriations for them to be able to carry out this process?
This is language that comes to us from the Department of Health.
Okay, so they're willing to do this on whose direction?
From the Department of Health?
Yes.
From the head of the Department of Health.
From the head of the department. Okay, from the head of and how are the records retained? Are there any disclosure? How are they kept to make sure?
I don't know how the Department of Health maintains the records, but I can ask for you.
Okay. And so if they are found to have some type of criminal background, what happens?
They're not able to be employed in the program.
And it's any criminal background? I mean, any criminal, any crime that they've committed?
All of that was spelled out in the original bill,
Okay.
what the certain crimes were that would make you ineligible, and I don't remember what they all were, but they were, very violent crimes or something involving the drug trade or, something strong.
So it couldn't be felony bad check, for example, that wouldn't exclude you from being a part?
I will research that and get you a list.
Okay. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions on the strike all. Question occurs on adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen? You move final passage?
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Public health passes. AET. Chairman of Accountability. Item 54, do you wish to take that up? I'm sorry, military affairs on that one. Mr. Carpenter. Gentleman from Tishomingo is recognized for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2514, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the identical bill we passed out of the House. It is the makeup of the Veterans Affairs Board. It is fixing a map that was designed in 1952 which did not allow for the escalation of the congressional districts with the census. So when we take our census every 10 years, we all know now that we have 4 congressmen instead of 5. All this does is mirrors the congressional districts. The people who are serving on the board now, as they come off, that will reflect the new congressional districts. And that's what the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Public health passes. Agriculture passes. Wildlife is up next. You doing the bill? You doing it? I'm going to stop right here anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2652 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We have a strike all on this bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
What we did, we added a reverse repealer, take this thing to conference and clean this up. Too many crickets in it. That's an explanation of strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. I'm sorry, gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith, for a question.
Sir, does this bill have anything to do with crickets in it?
Not a sound.
Not
a Jiminy cricket in it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Thank you.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 101 yeas, 16 nays, the bill passes. Technology passes. All right, I think we're going to stop here for the day. Announcements by the clerk's office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations A will meet after adjournment in 201A. Management will meet after adjournment. Local and private will meet 10 minutes after adjournment in room 103. For tomorrow, rules will meet at 8:45 in the morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask if you would hold Senate Bill 2634 on a motion to reconsider.
You have that item number in front of you, gentlemen.
Item number 7, I believe.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 28, Senate Bill 2695 on a motion.
Thank you. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2576 from yay to nay.
Is there objection? Hazing, but no objection. Change his vote. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 20, House Bill 2649, from yes to no, and I'd also like to hold that on a motion.
Is there objection to changing the lady's vote? He waved it off. Change the lady's vote. Lady, please notify the chairman and vice chairman that bill you're holding on a motion. All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. Pro Tem's got an important announcement for the body.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of y'all have probably heard the rumor about softball, and so I'll try to be as brief as I can. We now are making plans for the Mississippi House of Representatives to play the Alabama House of Representatives in softball. June the 21st and 22nd. That's a Friday night dinner reception, play softball on Saturday at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, and we would play on their baseball field. So if you are interested in participating in that in any way, coach, player, whatever it is, and we need some young folks. And so we're putting it all together. It's going to take a little while for all the plans to be in place, but right now we are planning to play. We are going to participate. There's a charity involved, and we'll work that out. And but if you are interested in being part of it, please contact Troy Smith. He's going to help us down here, or myself, just so that we can get a list of names of people who are interested in participating. So just let us know as soon as you can.
Y'all keep in mind when he said young people how old he is. So that's relative to him. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Speaker, inquiry, could we do a practice game against the Senate first?
I'm afraid they wouldn't show up, gentlemen. We're going to let you coach first base, Hines. All right, I don't see any other members seeking recognition. I'll recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.